Hello. Happy Wednesday, everybody. We're back in Pi. I'm feeling better than I was yesterday, so hopefully we're going to make it through the whole stream. Hey, Dog of Chaos. Good to see you. When we cut things short yesterday, we were working on Dingrit food? Yes. Do I remember what I was thinking? You are having fun with RimWorld. We need Flora. Right, we need the Yotoi. War Gum is going to come from here, and that should be en route? No. Oh, because I didn't. There we go. The native flora is going to come from down here. Let's just get that long belt routed over. What are the chances? Oh, we slipped past it. All right, I was worried we were going to bump right into this chromium reserve. Trying to get your colony to the point where you have a train station and or factory. Okay, that's a mod. I was going to say, I didn't remember trains. But I think I also mentioned that I haven't played a heap of RimWorld. So I was like, did I just not get that far? Or is that new since when I played? No, it's just a mod. All right. Of course there's mods that add trains. There's mods that add trains to everything, because trains are great. Okay, so this is going to be spitting out on the left here, which is fine. We come up here. Factory part specifically is from Vanilla Furniture Expanded Factory. I haven't spent a lot of time looking at mods for RimWorld. I probably should. I'm sure there's some fun stuff there. What am I doing? Native flora to the right. And then how much native flora does this actually use? Half. And output is going to be... Oh, that actually needs to be a blue inserter just because of the number of things we need to filter. I don't even know what I'm looking at here. This is all... Okay, so we've got native flora coming in. We've got... This is all the decay outputs. That's fine. I need to feed in the inputs to this thing and get that figured out. So yeah, the Yotoi, I think, needs to do basically the same thing as this. And then just get our decay output wherever it needs to go. So, like, same deal. Where we have... Yotoi fruit, 1 a second, that's fine. And then all the decay products come right over here. Done. Okay. So that should handle all of those pieces. We need to have a steam input that I haven't done yet. Do these need water? These also need a water input, so I need to... we'll be able to hook up the steam pretty easily from the water routing here. It'll be like up like this or something. Something like that. Why do I have a second set of assembler and... Oh, that was probably just a rounding issue in YAFC, huh? Did it do the thing where it wants me to have two of... Let me double check the shopping list. Yeah, it did. Yep, there's two automated factories here. It rounded up when I said 0.72. I guess I need like 0.7199. Now is the shopping list correct? Look at that. Now the shopping list is correct. Just had to add my own epsilon. So that's fine. Those are spares. Gravel versus... Okay, so 2 a second gravel, and then 1 limestone a second and 0.8 soil a second. But it's all at such low quantities coming into each machine that it doesn't really matter. So let's do gravel here. And then we're also going to have another set of inputs. And this will be 1 doing soil and 3 doing limestone. Okay. Do these link up? Of course not. That would be too easy. I think we just have to hook up water to this and then we'll be good. And I guess power over to the boiler. Water is right over here. And that should turn on all of the extractors. A train is stuck. Oh. Another fuel station fail. Wow. Haven't seen one of those in a while. All right. Well, fortunately, we are using tin chromium alloy. So, like, we will burn through this fuel. There's not a lot I can do about that train in the interim, though. Besides adding another buffer tank. Which I guess I can do I mean, are we done here? Yotoi's turning on. Oh no, we're not done here. We have some outputs to figure out still, don't we? Let's get the outputs figured out here, and then I'll head over to that opposite corner of the map, and we'll clean up that fuel station. So from here, this needs a second. All of these are filtered to biomass. And this is a dedicated output. We'll have another one right above it, which is going to be for the Yotoi seeds. I guess we don't need these anymore, do we? Now that we've built all the way out here, the radar is fine. It is powered. So yeah, Yotoi seeds to the right. And then this is going to be any fluorospalanin and or biomass that comes out of this. So that is all that. And then we need one more output station that is the actual output for the food, of which we're making 0.72 a second. So that is just one inserter. Okay, that should all be correct now. Yotoi's running. There's going to be a little bit of wasted Yotoi, I think, but that's fine. I could probably set this so that these are like only running when we have all the other inputs and also have space for the output. Should I do that? I should do that. All right, let's do it. Let's hook everything up. So, decider combinator. If gravel is greater than 0, and plastic is greater than 0, and bones are greater than 0, and guar is greater than 0, and jerky is greater than 0, and tufras are greater than 0, and... oh, this was not the output I needed to hook up to. This is the output we need to hook up to. Although there's still no food in the output because it's buffering. But the last one is that the Dingrit food is less than... What does Dingrit food stack to? 100, so 10k. Then we output everybody's favorite green check mark. Okay, so that should waste a little bit less. We're still going to waste some because there's 8 of these and we only need 7.5 of them. But this will waste less. I could do something where I read, like, I don't know, 3 sections of this belt or whatever, and if we're backing up into it, you know, if we have more than 12 in here or 16 or something, we turn them off. Because again, 7.5 versus 8, we're always going to have a little bit of spoilage, but it's probably fine. And I don't really want to mess with it. All right, just make sure this sees... Yeah, it does see that there's 20-something of them. Cool. That is Dingrit food done. Let's go to the far corner of the base. And go see if we can rescue this train. Because this is just a known issue that is scattered through the base. I was trying to do some shenanigans with combinators that basically amounted to things CyberSyn could have done already. And I've since fixed the design of the fuel station so that we don't have this happening anymore. But I did not go around and search for all the old fuel stations to retrofit them, because it's hard to do that, because everything in a fuel station is in other things. So every once in a while, we still have a station fail. And I just have to... I wait until they fail, and that's when I go in and redesign them. So, what we want here is, I mean, effectively another... That'll pull all this through and let the train depart. And then... we take this off. What I want is for... I mean, I guess... I don't want it to keep buffering 3 types of fuel long term. So what I want is once this drains, for this to just feed directly into the pipe again. Maybe I'm not even going to bother. Maybe I just let this one buffer 3 fuels. I don't remember what I did in the past to fix this issue. But certainly on this side of the world, what we do is we delete everything and we repaste the whole station. In the much simplified system. What's making a bad signal sound here? Oh, I guess all the train stops do that when there's... Okay. That's fine, then. Alright, that's fixed. For now. What is next? I guess next is we build the actual dingrits? Now that we have the dingrit food, now that we've had some time for the, whatever they are, the other lizard things to start to buffer, I think we can just do the dingrit build. Scrondrix. That's what I was trying to think of. Because, yeah, Scrondrixes are fully... Oh, I didn't put the modules in here. Oops, okay. Scrondrixes are not fully on yet. I need to drop a few modules into the repro complex. I'm glad I checked them. And then Dilmos. There are a few Dilmos. We have 9 Dilmos. So we can turn on a few more Dilmo machines and get this moving slowly but surely. It's going to take a little bit longer, I think, for all the Dilmos to boot up than the Scrondrix did. If I decide I need to, I can always augment that with the creature chamber. Obviously, I prefer not to, but it's an option. So dingrits, we've got our 2 dingrit modules. We've got all the buildings we need. Really? Mark 1 automated factory in dingrits? Oh, it's for caging the Scrondrixes. Yeah, that's fine. There's no worthwhile modules to put on that. I'm just letting the bots catch up on shopping lists. So maybe we should actually figure out what the next thing we want to build is after we're done with dingrits. Because we got to decide what we're pushing into. Really, it should be the stuff that we're using in, like, the lowest quantities, because that's the stuff that we need. That's the stuff that's going to take the longest to get a train delivery. Stuff that we use a lot of, we can build last, and it's fine. But I also do want to go through here. Like, we're done with Dingrits. We're done with Dingrit food. Making sure that as things are built, they're like migrated to inputs up here. Any rate, nanocrystalline cellulose is... Did I just miss that when I was going through the shopping list? That's also used for Nenbit matrices. All right, so I think we probably need a nanocrystalline. Aren't these used in something? Okay, they're used in stuff in the future. I think this is just one of those things where Autotech made a decision and it's a weird decision. Because none of this stuff is used until Red Science. So it comes along for the ride with some other techs, I guess. Otherwise, Nenbit matrices, yeah, they're just not used in Blue Science. Okay, that's fine. We do still want nanocrystalline cellulose to be centralized. So I think that needs to be its own build. So let's get that figured. Oh, and this needs pressurized steam. Yeah, this is going to be a funky build. But I think that's going to be the one to work on. Again, I'm working backwards because the things that we use the least of are the things that are going to take the longest to, like, fill up in train buffers and stuff. 0.093, 0.0, yeah, I mean, if we check, here we go. This is really what we should look at. Yeah, the nanocrystalline cellulose, and then probably the stuff leading into the neodymium chain is worth doing next. But let's figure out the nanocrystalline cellulose. What are the chances that I spelled that right? Nope. 2 L's in crystalline? Really? Interesting. Today I learned... let's see. So this is 0.1, 0.12. Oh, not negative. That was a typo. There we go. So yeah, 0.12 is just one machine with a prod module. That's fine. We gotta make cellulose. I usually do the wood and sodium hydroxide recipe. Also prod that step. Wood is prodded. Yeah, that's all fine. Filters we bring in. Boric acid we bring in. Pressurized steam on site is interesting. I mean, I could just do an on-site LFR. It's so little steam. if each LFR takes like 50 panels, then we only need like 1 or 2 panels to provide enough heat to run this. That's funny. That's certainly an option. Otherwise, I mean, we're looking at anything else that can heat salt, right? We do have geothermal water on rails. Like, this is an option. Yeah, we don't get the better geothermal yet, so it would be just the direct geothermal recipe. Because, like, this is fractional amounts of geothermal a second, right? 40 a second is probably fine. How much are we putting onto rails? I thought it was over here somewhere. It is. Yeah, 350 a second. So maybe geothermal is the way to go. I mean, or an LFR. Either way. The nice thing about geothermal is I don't have to deal with getting molten salt on site. But then it's also an input. Whereas the LFR, once we have the salt on site, we're done. All right, apparently... Is this what I built? 3 to 50? Is that the thing that's here? 3 to 150. So yeah, if this is 0.2 of a single one, then that's like 1 panel. I'll put 2 panels in because why not? It's easy. So yeah, we'll do that. And then everything else is just shipped in, pressurized water on site, water pumping. And then if I do want to expand this in the future, it's easy to add more LFR panels, and we don't have to worry about shipping geothermal water around or anything else. Okay. So let's do this shopping list then. And then what would be the next thing after that? Looking at our, like, main inputs. The Cridron adrenal cortices we're doing on site, so that's fine. And that's everything in the Negasium chain, so that's good. Gas bladders, we'll set up fan yacht rendering. This will be one of the last things we do. I forget. Did I decide we had to do this on site? No. Because we use 0.33 a second. And they spoil in 4 hours. And they stack to 100. Right. Yeah, we get a shipment every like 20-something minutes. Sorry. No, we get 2 shipments every 4 hours. We get a shipment every couple of hours on these. So we do want to start rendering them, but also not too quickly. Cuz it takes, we want those 2 hours, but we don't want to do them, 10 hours before, cuz we'll just be spoiling batches and batches of gas bladders. The propolis, I think I decided I had to do on site because it decays quickly. Yeah, so that's on site. This we'll set up later. So yeah, I think the neodymium chain, maybe the bio ore, part of the bio ore chain, 0.11 per second. Okay. That will be after the nanofibrils, because nanofibrils are 0.067. And then the acrylic chain will do like last, because that's 1 a second, so that'll buffer pretty quickly. Okay. That is reasonable-ish. What is this used in? Oh, that's all part of the nanofibril chain. Yeah. Nanofibrils, chitosan, mutant enzymes, and these are all used for multiple... Chitosan's not used for anything else other than nanofibrils, really. I mean, yes, it has other... Well, okay, no. I'm seeing things like processor cores in Red Science or in PySci 3. So we'll... And I know I've talked about this before, but it's all left my brain. So I think I was correct, splitting chitosan out from nanofibrils and other things. So yeah, neodymium chain is next. And I think that depends on boron. And everything else, doing the neodymium ferroboron. Okay, that's used in magnetic cores, but we're not anywhere near that yet. Well, yeah, high flux cores, high frequency SMD inductors, high tech circuit boards. Okay. So that is used in red chips. So maybe I do want to put the neodymium ferroboron into its own build. That's fine. And then the powder is only used in the magnets. Yeah, okay. And then boron... is a whole thing. Bringing in diborane. I remember thinking about this, but I don't remember why I decided that shipping in diborane was the right thing to... Oh, it's because it loops. Right. Because we have some diborane. As an output. So rather than bringing it in as boric acid or anything else, we do it all on the diborane stage. And that does mean that we need to be able to ship in enough diborane to run this. Because, yeah, diborane is much denser than boric acid. Okay. So boron, then, looking at the list of things, boron is the thing to split out into its own page next. Oh, and we can prod boron. That's good to know. Boron mixture, boron trioxide dust. Yeah, we can prod all of these stages. Not this one. Although for electrolyzers, efficiency modules are always a good plan. Cool. And we only need 0.056. So in that case, we can get this down to like 1 mixer scale, I guess. Which is what? 0.24? Nope. Off by 1. 0.48. There we go. So that'll be boron inputting, I mean, a bunch of stuff, but water pumping on site. We can shopping list that one as well. And then the neodymium ferroboron alloy is just like a standalone build that inputs a bunch of stuff and runs a single smelter. So that'll be fine. I guess if we're scaling to 1 smelter doing neodymium ferroboron, we're probably going to want more boron than this. Yeah, so that's 1 boron a second. So we would want to scale this up to like 3x, which almost makes me want to do it at like 4x. Just because that has the high pressure furnace ratio to this 2x mixers to 1x high pressure furnace. Okay, maybe we just way overbuild boron. Because, like, we are going to need this in other things, right? We're going to need this in circuits. And I'm assuming we're going to need neodymium magnets for other things because they're freaking neodymium magnets. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's worth overbuilding the neodymium ferroboron. And therefore boron. Okay, that's fine. We'll re-export the shopping list here. And then I'll also grab the shopping list for the neodymium ferroboron. It's not a complicated shopping list. it's one thing. And then the last thing will be the actual neodymium magnets. So let's make that as well. And, yeah, that's just... I said 0.4 a second. Thank you. One factory should be plenty here, right? What does this actually say we need? 0.67, 0.067. Yeah, 0.24. So this is like 3 or 4 times what we need. Doing the neodymium ferroboron on site. And there we go. And this is very easy to scale up to 4x, right? If I wanted to. Which I don't. Not right now, anyway. All right, that's everything for neodymium magnets, then, planned out. While we're waiting for that to run, though, we can go ahead and build dingrits. All right, there's a couple things to look at here. First things first, Scrondrixes. We do need to drop the remaining modules in there. Don't put that there. Oh, well, if I make that a go... Sometimes this game frustrates me. The inability to flag a ghost as please don't build this right away is frequently frustrating. Let me look at Dilmos and Yafsi real quick. I want to see... All right, we use exactly 1 reproductive complex, which means for every 8 of these... All right, so that's everything that we can run with just, well... No, I guess it would be 1/5, wouldn't it? So it's more like 6... Oh, but these also are running at like 1/6 power, so it doesn't matter. Never mind, the math doesn't matter. I think the answer is all of these can go all the way up to 1 Dilmo each before I need to upgrade either of these to have more capacity. So these have what? These have 5 slots, these have 4. Okay, so it's not exactly linear, but... That will help a little bit with the bootstrapping speed. How's this doing? Fine. Okay, we are spoiling a lot of seeds. Which I knew we would. Alright, I'm gonna do the thing. All right. This'll turn these off if there's ever more than 12 simultaneously through here. Yeah, which shouldn't happen if they're just passing through in batches. They will have to be, like, really backed up. So that should help keep us from spoiling quite so many. It probably doesn't matter, but whatever. Doesn't hurt. Okay, let's get Dingrits built up. Oh, shoot. We can probably fix this. Oh, also, I broke my water pipe through here, too. Excellent. Everything's broken. Well, yep, we're gonna have to reroute this water pipe. Well, this achieves what it needs to achieve, I suppose. Is it pretty? Absolutely not, but... Sure. So, if we're making Dingrits, what are our inputs? We have... I mean, it's really just one input and one output. Okay. I'll take that. I like easy. That's not right. Solid drop-off station. We need Yotoi seeds. We need Scrondrixin. We need Dingrit food. And we need bedding. Cool. So that'll be the inputs. And then we'll figure out the belt routing for all that in just a minute, because Twitch is telling me that it's time to run an ad. I do run just one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-roll ads disabled. I'm going to step away and get some water during the break. I recommend you do the same. Hydrate, take care of yourselves, and we'll finish up this build when we return. Thanks for sticking around. I appreciate it. Welcome back, everybody. We are working on dingrits. It's a lot of sulfur here. So first things first, if we look at YAFC real quick, the stuff that is shared is the food, the bedding, the water barrels, and the scrondrixes. So food and bedding both come right out of the train station, and those will just go onto two sides of a belt off to the repro complexes and dingrit packs. And then I guess we'll do water barrels and caged scrondrixes as well on one, and that'll be another belt. And then we can bring in the Yotoi aloe seeds into the reproductive complexes, and then bring out the dingrit pups and bring that into the dingrit packs. Okay, this is actually an easy one to lay out for once. For once in my life, we have an easy alien life thing. We are dangerously close to not respecting the topography of this lake, but we'll cope. So up top, first things first, bedding and dingrit food. And the dingrit food hasn't been delivered yet. That's fine. All of these are going to use, I mean, very small amounts. A grand total of like 0.08 or 0.05 across all of the machines, all of the buildings. And one dingrit into each of these. And then on top of this, we want to have... Actually, I think I'm going to do it along the bottom. We'll do the... Well, do I want to do it on the bottom or the top? I was going to do it on the top because it's consistent. The reality is that we have plenty of ways to route stuff here, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, let's do it along... Let's do it along the top. So we're going to pull out scrondrixes here. And this, well, we're going to end up with a belt running along here. Full of caged scrondrixes and... Ooh, that's actually dangerously close to working, but we'll do it... I don't actually want to do this, like, squeezed in here. I do want to route this out and give ourselves a little bit of space to work with. Just because we have to move all these things around. 0.11, okay, I could be using much cheaper inserters here. And then the other half of this belt is going to be from barreling machine. 0.54 barrels, that should be fine. Yes, something like this. And then this one, we need to bring in the last thing, which is the seeds. And that consumes 0.75 seeds a second. I will make that a yellow inserter. And then our output here is going to be the pups, plus the cages, plus the barrels. So that's like 1 point, well, with all the modules in place, what are we looking at? I mean, fairly small amounts of things, just because we're not even running this thing close to full capacity. In fact, let's customize. Can we get away with just one module? Oh, we absolutely can get away with just one module. Cool. So we will do that. We'll run that at one module. But still, our total output is like 0.5 something. I'm going to run it on a yellow inserter just because there's so many different things that need to come out and can be a little more reliable. And then each of these gets their input, the pup, and then it outputs other stuff. So this actually needs to split the pups to the left. And we have a pup in, and then we have everything else out. And the everything else out shares the same belt as the everything else out from this. No. Almost, but not quite. I had a thought. So this part's fine. Going this way with the inputs. But for the output, I'm actually going to run this belt in this direction. There we go. And then we'll pull that out there. So this is going to have the dingrets on it, as well as cages and barrels. And then we'll split and route all of those things back to where they need to go on the output. The pups, for now, only need to go to the first one, because only the first one is going to have a module in it. Pain in the butt. Okay. These ones tile better if I do them touching. As far as, like, the distances between the power poles, they're more consistent. And then here, we always end up with, like, that pattern. Okay. So we got to route the output, obviously, and we got to do these things. These both need... Well, let's do the output routing, because that'll kind of determine where everything else goes. If we split this here with the dingrits themselves going left... And then we can wrap this all around here. We want there and there. And then we just need water, maybe? Question mark? I think that's it, other than still needing the food. Right? Because this is both of our output sets. And that gets here. We need to do the actual output for the dingrits, of course. And how many are we making in total? 0.067. Okay. Cool. I mean, that should be everything we need. Yeah, it's not going to turn on until we start getting food, but everything else is, like, filling up and buffering. The food is stopped. Because we don't have jerky. Ooh, oh, and this worked. We stopped making these because we were out of jerky. Good job. Yeah, and we didn't dump a ton of them. I'm shocked that we're out of jerky, but... especially given how much meat we're always making. Oh, are we just about to make a bunch of jerky? Yeah, we're minutes away from a lot of jerky. Do I have a jerky? I mean, but that's fine. Because this will only get triggered when the jerky overflows. Wow, we're still... Even with the doubled phytoplankton, this is still not really keeping up, is it? Was I that far behind on phytoplankton? Oh! No, that's not the problem. Well... Okay. These need a second water pump. I didn't even think about that when I upgraded it. I didn't even look. Yeah, 1 1/3 pumps now. Okay. I need to drop a second pump over at phytoplankton. We can do that. I don't think there's anything we can do here. We're just waiting for the food to be delivered. And food isn't happening because jerky's not happening because I don't even know. I'm shocked that we don't have a bunch of jerky sitting around. It's possible that we're running into an issue where, like, a lot of the jerky is distributed, where we've got, you know, 3/4 of a train load in a bunch of different stations, because that's, like, how decay works in the base. It ends up spread around. So possibly that's causing issues with getting jerky actually delivered. I'll have to look around and see where we have it in storage and see where we're doing things with meat. I mean, it's absolutely possible that we have hit a point where we're just not making enough meat. But as we turn on more of the new animal processing, we'll of course be making more meat. So... they're a good spot where we can do... There we go. That will fix that problem, so this will be running full speed. But even still, it should have been running at like 3/4 of its capacity. How bad is our phytoplankton? Phytoplankton. We definitely had a situation. All right. Yeah, this is just running. Hopefully we are able to catch up a little bit on our phytoplankton demand. I think... I'm surprised that, like, we didn't run out of Zogna or something with how screwed up phytoplankton has been. But maybe that's... Oh, that's not right. Why did I think Zogna? Oh, phytoplankton and Zogna go into whatever this is. Sure. Plasmids. Oh, one of them is the phytoplankton and one of them is the Zogna. That's funny. So it's primers, which are well buffered, so we got that going for us. So possibly we're just like right on the cusp of some of this working or not working. Is there something wrong with this? Oh, yeah. Okay, that's, I mean, this isn't critical, but I think we're just missing a little bit, yeah, there we go. Now all of those should turn off. And it's fine. These are just looping petri dishes, which are just going to decay and get cycled back through. It's not a big deal. It's just wasteful. Although 2K is a pretty low threshold. Because that's like a train load. It should be like 10K. I probably set this threshold when I was shipping smaller than full train loads of some of these materials. So it's a good thing the threshold was broken. Fido 3 is absurdly good. Not that I really need it with the big tin Fido build. I don't know if I even looked at Fido 3. I have it researched. Oh, a bunch of... Oh, that is absurdly good. What else is in here? Nalgas bacteria. What are you used for? Oh, the rich biocrud reprocessing. Yeah. I might have to look at this, because I don't know if I have another use for rich biocrud. I mean, we can compost it. Okay. It's compost it, or it's the reprocessing. I might just compost it. Although, 1% chance for a Vat Brain cartridge Mark IV. All right. How much rich biocrud would I need to make if I wanted to use it to tier skip Vat Brain cartridges? And how stupid would that be to actually implement? The problem is everything else that this makes that is byproducts of trying to get just a few Vat Brain cartridges, right? Just for funsies, let's theory craft this, because I want to see how terrible it really is. Alright, so if we want to make... Oh, but I can't use the Vat Brain cartridge Mark IVs until I have the tech, can I? Because of how the Vat Brain thingies work. Like, the usage recipes also unlock at the same time as... Yeah, see that? These recipes don't unlock until... Ah, okay. So I can't tier skip is what I'm being told. Darn. It was a good thought, though. But if we want It's like, what, 0.05 a second? Yeah, 0.05 a second from rich biocrud reprocessing. Oh, and you can prod it. All right, that's only 12.5 rich biocrud a second from adrenal cortex. Oh god, how many cridrons would I need for that? I mean, it's fine. It's only 100 slaughterhouses. It's only 1,000 cridron enclosures. It's only 500 Arthurian pens. Oh, this is ridiculous. This is so stupid. But, like, in the grand scheme of things, especially using low-tier recipes, all of this stuff is effectively ZI, right? Like, that's the crazy thing, is that this is ZI. Don't look at the chem side. Ah, that's true. But, like... Yeah, I forgot about the science inputs on the Arthurian cups. Okay, so it's not ZI. That's... And that probably more than makes up for the prod bonus of a Mark IV Vatbrain cartridge, right? Yeah, the science pack inputs are what kill this as being practical. I mean, quote-unquote practical. Yeah, and the higher tier Cridron recipes still use caged Arthurians, so there's really no way around that, is there? Well, once you have prod psi, okay. But at that point, you can make these normally. Well, no. No, these are still space psi. Yeah, okay. But you can't use them, so that's really the thing, is you can't use them, so it doesn't matter. Because the consumption recipe is also unlocked at the same time you unlock the ability to build them. But I think with prod psi and the upgraded Arthurian recipe that doesn't input science packs, you're dangerously close to ZI Vatbrain cartridges using that reprocessing, and that's hilarious to me. What was I doing? Oh yeah, phytoplankton. I guess I just need to keep an eye and see if this catches up or not. Yeah, all of this is busted on phytoplankton right now. Which we can get away with for some reason. I'm not sure why. Science is also stalled right now, and I should check what's going on with that. We don't have Pi-Psi 2. And we don't have Paragen? Eh? Ruh-roh. Did I break cotton guts? Oh god, well, besides this doing horrible things with its request thresholds, I didn't fix that. I didn't realize I had to fix that. Our cotton gut's broken. Cotton guts are super broken. They don't have food? Excuse me? Oh, did I really miss that? Just tuned in. Is this another one of those you can, but maybe consider if you should pie things? Yes, that is absolutely one of those you can, but really consider if you should. I am sure that by the time you're at the tech levels where you can do that, there are better ways to be making Vat Brain cartridges. And the reality is that, especially in hard mode, you want Vat Brain cartridges to help get rid of all the brains that are byproducts of, like, everything else that you make with animal processing. So... Sorry, one second. Oh, I just didn't open the app. That's why. I'm like, why am I not getting sounds in my ears when people are chatting? And it's because I forgot to actually turn on the notifications. There we go. I mean, I'd have to look more closely at, you know, all of the recipes, and especially if you start using the higher tier recipes, then it's harder and harder to do at ZI. But if you're willing to dedicate, you know, several square kilometers to the thousands of alien life buildings that you would need to use the tier 1 recipes, I think you could get really close to ZI Vat Brain cartridges. Is it a terrible idea? Yes. Is it funny? Also yes. But no, I just noticed they were the output of this, because I was like, I'm probably going to start to have some rich biocrud that I need to deal with. Do I compost or do I reprocess? And I got excited for the Vat Brain cartridge Mark IVs because it felt like a tier skip. And it's not, as I mentioned, I don't know if you caught this part, Ravager, because with the Vat Brain cartridge recipes, you unlock the ability to consume them at the same time you unlock the ability to make them. So even if I could get some Vat Brain cartridge 4s early, I can't use them. But I was still curious if you could, like, use this to make Vat Brain cartridges in a profoundly stupid way. And the answer is yes. Okay. I think... Other than some things being broken, this is running again, so this got more jerky. I'm gonna have to keep an eye on that. If our jerky production is low, that's a little sad. I'm hoping that we just... Well, we're gonna be adding a couple more animals to the slaughter system sooner than later. And that might just be enough to push our jerky production up. I do think there are ways to make it intentionally, but no, okay. So this is worse than just letting it decay, right, as far as yield. So as long as we're not getting rid of too much meat too quickly, we should always end up with the jerky we need sort of naturally. All right. In that case, what are we doing next? Dingrits will start as soon as they manage to get food. Dilmos are, I mean, running. Obviously, we need to get more of these modules in place. Scrondrix is just running full bore at this point, which I'm happy with. Yeah, and they're almost ready to do another delivery, so that's good. Phytoplankton I just fixed. I can close that tab in YAFC. Dingrits are done. It's the nanocrystalline cellulose, I think, was the next thing that I decided to work on, because that's 0.023. And then we'll do boron, ferroboron alloy, and neodymium magnets. I like that plan. Okay. So this needs... Let me double check how I set up the LFRs, because that's effectively what we're doing. All right, so this is just an input and an output hooked up to a couple of the panels. And then the temperature is just sort of constantly balancing. And then a buffer on the outside to buffer the steam. Okay, that's easy enough to do. I'm comfortable setting that up pretty much anywhere. The amount of molten salt that they hold, up to 1,000, so we need like 2,000 in the loop or something like that. That's the only annoying part, but any system we need to get molten salt into, so... I guess I could... I mean, here's a stupid question. Well, let me zoom out a little bit. Those bots are loud. Do we just centralize pressurized steam? Like... Do I just set up an LFR somewhere that can just push heaps of pressurized steam onto the rails instead of doing it on site? I feel like maybe that's what I should be doing. Now that I've stopped to think about it a little bit harder. Let's do that. And then we can always, I mean, upgrade later. But for now, we'll do the 2,000 degree. Because that's what we can make. That's the highest tier that we can make. From one LFR... Whoops. I was so close. Not 2,500, 250. Come on. Let me please type. And then molten salt gets heated by... LFR panels, which is 50 of them. Pressurized water. Okay, it's exactly one pressure pump Mark 1. Love it. Love it. Okay. So yeah, we'll do this separately from... Is this really the only one? Fair enough. Maybe it's not worth it then. Maybe it's fine to just do the mini LFR plant on site in that case. $3,000 is used for uranium-enriched biomass, but that's the next temperature tier. 4,000 is used for... Also uranium-enriched biomass. 5,000... Yeah, that's pretty much it. The nanocrystalline cellulose and Probably won't build uranium biomass anyway unless I really want to do ZI mining. Yeah. Yeah, if it's not really used for anything outside of... Yeah, it's only used for uranium ore. Some of the other biomasses are used for things, right? But, okay. Yeah, in that case, we're not going to do that. We're just going to do it on site. Exactly the way I said I was going to do it. 1 LFR, 2 of these things. Pressure pump, water pump. Cool, that's fine then. Boric acid. Our boron demand is going to go bonkers at this tier, I feel like. Because we've got boric acid here, we've got the boron build itself, which is going to pull in 40 diborane a second. I mean, this is a way overkill boron build. That I just built this big because it's kind of nice on some of the ratios. And then the neodymium ferroboron, but that's just pulling in boron. Yeah. But yeah, we're going to pull in quite a bit more boron. So we're going to have to keep an eye on our borax mine. I feel like it's been a long time since I upgraded borax. I mean, it's doing fine. And then that gets turned into diborane. Not this one. This one... Is it this one? Yeah, this is the one that outputs diborane and boric acid. Obviously, we're going to need to scale this up a little bit. Although not a ton. Each of these makes 21. Cool. All right. So we might have to scale that up. Nanocrystal and cellulose, though. I think we have everything for this build. Up here, if I'm just doing the LFR on site. There's a pressure pump. There's a bunch of prod modules. That looks right. So I'm going to go ahead and build this down where I've been doing a lot of the other new builds. Just north of all the AL stuff. Right here. And let's see. Inputs. We've got 3 solid inputs, 1 fluid input, and 1 solid output. So this needs 3 stations. Can I share this off the second half of anything? Not really. Give the bots a second to catch up here, and then we will get this set up. Oh, and we're gonna need one more station to bring in, like, salt. Oh, yeah, I didn't grab the stuff we need for that. Ugh. Okay. Because maybe I should just put molten salt on rails, but yeah, I need an evaporator and a basic oxygen furnace. Or I need to put molten salt on rails so I can just ship it in. I've been, usually when I need molten salt, making it on site, which is a pain in the butt. If we look at this build, almost certainly that's what I'm doing somewhere. Yeah. You can see I brought in saline water with the evaporator and the basic oxygen furnace. This is exactly what I was just thinking I needed to do over here. Yeah, let me just get a chest requesting those things for myself. Nope. We'll run up and grab those in a bit. We don't need them right away. So, input-wise, let's do our solid drop-off first. What side do I want to build this on? Let's build it to the left. I so rarely build to the left. Oh! I was thinking about shipping geothermal around on rails or whatever and how much of a pain that would be. Maybe we should just use geothermal for this. Because we got the thing right here. Okay, yeah, let's do that. Let's change of plans. Because we only need the tier 1. So we can do it from geothermal. Yeah. Pressurized water, water pumping. And then we pull the geothermal fissure mining. Yeah. Done and done. Okay. So in that case, I need a heat exchanger and a geothermal plant instead of whatever the other stuff I thought I needed was. Because, yeah, why not? We've got geothermal here. That'll be plenty of heat, even if I scale this up a little bit. Not a vanilla heat exchanger, one of these ones. And a geothermal plant. Oh, which apparently I have a bunch of in Logi storage. So, cool. All right, that's easy. I like it when things are easy. Other than that, I think... Let's see, we're gonna have... wood processor up here. Making wood. And then that takes sodium hydroxide as well. And that goes off to where we're going to make cellulose. Here, let's get our inputs. We need logs. We need sodium hydroxide. And we need filtration media. And then we've got 3 biofactories that are all going to make cellulose. And all of these need, what, 2.6 items a second? All right. And then the cellulose comes out onto a sushi belt so we can deal with decay. And into this thing, which is going to make the nanocrystalline cellulose. We will have a single fluid input. Doesn't really matter where, does it? Okay. The steam will deal with routing in a second. We're going to have a solid pickup here and on the other side. Let's see. Output here for filtration media. .2. Oh, even less than that because I didn't module it yet. There we go. And then our output. This one is filtered to the nanocrystalline whatever. And there's no way to do this the way I usually like to do it, is there? Oh, you know what? That's fine. That's fine. The input for the... There we go. As this is going to be our biocrud output anyway. So we'll just take it off to the side, and that'll be fine. So then we have one of these that's going to come right down here, and that's our actual output. And then this... come over to this side, where, of course, I managed to line it up in exactly the wrong spot. There we go. And that'll be the biocrud out. Normal output is fine. Biocrud out needs the void logic added. Let's just find any solid void. There we go. And not gravel, biocrud. And I picked a bad one to copy from because gravel stacks to a weird size. So I have to change this number too. But that should be the biocrud out. I think this is done. Well, I need to grab the machines for the geothermal heat. And, oh, I need to hook up power here so that we bring in the boric acid. And why are we not getting hydroxide? Oh, there it is. Cool. Twitch is telling me it is at break o'clock. When we come back, we'll grab those machines and wrap up this build. I do run just one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-rolls turned off because I hate pre-roll ads. So I appreciate folks sticking around. I'm going to step away and get some water, hydrate while the break runs. I recommend you do the same. Take care of yourselves as people. And I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. I just ran up to the mall as the break was wrapping up to grab the geothermal plant that we need to finish hooking up steam down here. So we'll get that built up, and then figure out what the next step is. Science is still stalled, and I'm assuming that's because we still haven't gotten cotton guts. Yeah, are cotton guts running? Did I fix cotton guts? Yes, okay. The food is coming through. They are running again. It's just going to take a little while before we get deliveries of them. But they run at a pretty bonkers scale these days, so... Why do I force them onto only one side of this belt? Did I have a plan with the other side of the belt? Was there something that was supposed to go there? I mean, obviously not, because we have everything else coming in. Weird. No idea. Was I planning ahead for an upgrade to, like, another tier? Maybe I thought I was going to fit something there and then realized that there was not enough space on half a belt and I needed a whole belt. That's possible. I'm in the right place. All right, we need a pressure pump doing pressurized water. We need a regular pump doing regular water. And we need to power all this, and that's it. No. 1, I'm coming out the wrong side. 2, I missed a step. We need the heat exchanger in here. Doing steam from geothermal. Which means this needs to be over 1. Now we can hook it up. All right. I didn't need to delete this whole pipe, but whatever. Cool. That should do the trick. Yep. Sweet. That's a build. While we're in this corner of the world, yeah, let's add some more modules in Dilmos, and probably the same thing. With Dingrits, we should have some. Weirdly, I don't see... Oh, are these really the first ones coming through, like, right now? Did I look right as they finished? Oh, yeah, products finished 1. All right. So, yes, I looked right as they finished. So that is the first batch of Dingrits. And I've already got a second one in there. 49. Okay, so I can do a third one and everything, actually. Cool. That is going to significantly improve the speed of these guys. I may as well just, you know what? Let's do these ones fully. And then once I have another 60 or however many of those, we can, yeah, should be another 64 of them. We can turn all these on to full speed. But these should finish bootstrapping quite a bit more quickly now, and then they can start buffering. And then over in Dingrit land, we should have our first couple. Yeah, just a couple. They're slow. Yeah, we should be able to bootstrap a few more of these running. What did I decide with the Dingrits? Didn't I decide I didn't have to ever run? Yeah, I can run the repro complex at one Dingrit the whole time. So every Dingrit we get gets to go into the machines here. Once we get a few more and we start doubling them up, this will move. This will move pretty quickly once it really gets going. That is not an exit. Let me, before I go any further with anything else. No. Yes. Dingrit food. Dingrits themselves. Up here, we just did, what is this? Nanocrystalline cellulose. Cool. Do I want to fix this? I should set this up so it isn't going to run continuously. It's also just barely more than 2 of these biofactories. Maybe I should just turn it down to 2 and call it good. Instead of running 2.08, we run it at whatever that's going to be. 1.15384. Yeah. Just do that instead. And that way we're cellulose limited. And then with the cellulose, we only have to gate it on having filtration media and having space for the output. And I don't have to try to do anything to, like, slow down the machinery or whatever. It's always easier when I don't have to try to tell things to stop themselves based off of buffers or whatever, and guess the size of the buffer based on decay speeds. And so if we're gonna do that, that's just taking this away. And then these do still need a decider. And this just says if we have filtration media and our nanocrystalline cellulose is less than 10K, then we can output the check mark. Cool. So this should now be able to consume all of the cellulose that these produce. Oh, I guess I should also check for the boric acid. Yeah. Sure. Cool. That should do it. Just to try to control the biocrud production a little bit. Because with 2 of these running, when I had 3 of these, when the input to this is only 2.08, like that's... It's just going to make heaps of biocrud. And like, yes, biocrud just gets composted, it's just biomass, but like... Alright, with nanocrystalline cellulose done, the next thing on my list, looking at YAFC, is boron. Let me check. Let's do some YAFC double checking of stuff here. So yeah, boric acid also makes diborane right now, which is a weird setup. So we probably, well, one, we should upgrade these to tier 2 and prod them, but also let's check all of the things that potentially use boric acid. Yeah. Because, like, I don't know that I've really fully planned this. 3.5. 63.5. Plus 10's called 75. Plus 40 is 115. 125. 225. 265. Okay. So we do need to produce a little bit more. If we want 265, I mean, we could probably just push this up to 1. Yeah, 250 is exactly 1 electrolyzer. Okay. And then the diborane. Yeah, we need 12 a second here, and then for the boron itself, we need 43. So we need an extra 55 diborane. Yeah, which is like twice as much, a little more. Well, not quite 50. Nope, that's wrong. What's our actual amount here? What does this make? Oh, it's got a factor of 7 in it. Of course it does. 150 out of 7 times 1.2. What an obnoxious number. The answer is 154.28. No, that's how much we want to be making, minus 100, so 54.28. And that will give us enough output. 12 plus 43 is 55. I mean, yes, plenty. Because we're way over spec'd on the boric acid here. Honestly, we probably could turn this number down to only one extra electrolyzer instead of 2. So we only have 5 of these electrolyzers. So that would be 28 point. Yeah. Recognizing, of course, that really we're only outputting like... How do I do this? If I do 375 a second and then... no, that was wrong. 53 point. There we go. Although that's still not technically right, is it? Although 375 is also still over spec. I'm just trying to... I'm trying to make my math easy here, because these make 250. Anyway, I think 2 electrolyzers doing this and 5 doing this is sufficient for now. So we've got the spare Mark 1 electrolyzers on site already, because we currently have those doing... Yeah. Both parts of the process. So all we need to do is swap around... We need to bring in, I guess, the 5 Mark IIs. Sure. I mean, I can also just build this bigger, right? Should also put efficiency... Well, actually, yeah, I should do them all Mark IIs, because then I can put efficiency modules in here. And what if I make it 7 of them? I bet the numbers work out nicely, don't they? Yeah, so if I just say I want 80 a second, look at that, it works. All right, and that's just 8 electrolyzers. That pulls in 10 borax a second. Sure, that's all nicely ratioed. It's amazing how that works. Let's do that then. Let's make that our shopping list. Why do I have 2 prod modules? I missed prod modules somewhere. Oh, no, I didn't. Because I took apart the biofactory. Yeah. We're good. We're good. Oh, we don't need that part. So, the electrolyzer Mark IIs... Are these going to take very long to make? Probably not. It's already got all the electrolyzer Mark 1s. Didn't even have to craft those. I probably still have a bunch of those buffered from either the old mall, where we made everything ahead of time, or from taking down and upgrading other systems. Okay. This uses, okay, a nice 500 megawatts. Okay, we can afford that. The, yeah, this is only running at like half capacity. Which presumably means these are also only running at like half capacity. Yeah, we have plenty of power right now. I'm not too worried. Oh, and the electrolyzers are done. That was fast. Okay. Let's go upgrade boron. Or boric acid production, I should say. And then I'll also grab everything to do the actual boron build. We may as well. That is this one? Yeah. Getting all this prodded is gonna be nice. It's always nice to get more prod modules on things. I think we can take this one, because boric acid / diborane is sitting up at, like, the top of this section here. Yeah, right here. We have room for 7 of these here. Yes, barely. We're gonna move things around as we go. So these are diborane. We want that to come to, like, right... I mean, honestly, right there. Hydrogen in. And boric or borax. How much for each of these? 2.8. All right. That is an awful sound. Electrolyzers are so obnoxious. And then... one more electrolyzer that's going to make the boric acid. And that just needs a water input. Good, good, good. All right, that's it. How, yeah, there we go. Got to make sure I'm pushing those electrolyzers up to up to where they belong in our power hierarchy. Although nothing compared to the 5 gigawatts of beacons. This is fine. Cool. This is all good. This will be able to handle what we needed to handle now. So off to do boron metal. And boron metal is going to come right over here. Same place I've been building stuff. How many stations do we need for this? A fluid input, a solid input, a solid output. Just 3 stations. Okay. But no easy place to sneak it in around here, if I'm really being honest. I thought this was going to be 3 stations. I forgot that it had a decay product, so it turned into 4. So now I've just got, like, some of these weird ones around here, which I could maybe do, but I want to potentially be able to scale boron. So, like, we need to have the whole thing be properly built up as a metal processing station, and I don't want to try to do that squeezed in here. I'll build something else weird squeezed in here, because we do have 4 stations that we can use around here, and something will fit in this spot. But it's not gonna be boron. Just because I know, as much as we're overbuilding boron right now, we are gonna need it in... Yeah. Control rods and other things moving forward. Fuel rod Mark IIs. Lithium niobate, which sounds like a nuclear thing, but I might be wrong. Yeah, maybe not. So, I think we start with our fluid input and then our solid input. I think that's our order of operations. Diborane, acetylene, refined syngas, and hydrogen chloride. That's that, and then a solid input on top. Is there anything... No, we don't have enough volume coming in here for this to be problematic at all. That's just coke and aluminium. Okay. So, first step is an electrolyzer here, and we're going to do this the same way we do most metal processing, so I want to be able to, you know, potentially double it by just like expanding out horizontally for each stage. So if we start, and I always want to leave plenty of room next to the train stations for routing belts and pipes and stuff. So this is making, we're doing boric acid at this stage. And we're going to do it that way. I want to have here a buffer tank. Sure, you'll do. And then this will be a top-up valve onto that buffer tank, hooked up to this. And the reason for this is that we have diborane. We have diborane coming back from a later step, and that'll feed back into this buffer tank. And then this will do this kind of thing when we want it to scale moving forward. And then we've got the boric acid out, which comes over to a bunch of high pressure furnaces. Six and a half of them, in fact, making boron trioxide, which is a product that we have elsewhere on the rail base, but when I was looking at, like, the density of shipping things around, I decided it made more sense to ship maybe I was wrong, but to ship diborane instead of boron trioxide. Well, it's too late now. We're building it. I'm not going to redo the math. And each of these also needs a... Well, okay, they need prod modules, for one thing. And they also get a coke input. I'm actually going to lift this all up. A couple more. Does that actually help with what I cared about? Not really. We'll pull that in, though. Yeah, we're going to have this. It'll have to do something like this. Yeah, that's fine. How much coke? 2.08 per second. Okay. There we go. Coke. Each of these takes just 0.33. What is that? It's a Carrigan. Don't care. And power, I guess, needs to come through all of these. Let's redo that, because I can choose which of these I want to attach to. Yeah. Yeah, that looks better. And then this is going to have an output. And actually, you know what? I changed my mind again. Let's pull this further out. Do want to have this come down a little bit further that way. And that's just going to give us a little bit more breathing room for the output of this. Oh, of course. Of course. There's a reason not to ship boron trioxide, and that's that we would have to make it on site anyway for our looping diborane. Ditto with boric acid, although diborane is definitely more dense than boric acid. But even if boron trioxide was denser, I wouldn't necessarily want to ship that in, because, like, we want to be doing this fluid loop anyway. Cool. Doesn't matter, is the conclusion that I came to, because it's better to ship diborane for other logistics reasons, not just density. That all comes up into the loneliest ball mill. Doing boron trioxide dust. 6.6 a second. That is a lot of dust. And it makes 16 at most. Wow. This one's only outputting 6, but still. I will have to think about that if we really push this system up. How much belt that will take. But for now, it's fine. That goes into 2 more high-pressure furnaces. Doing boron mixture, which in addition to this requires aluminium, aluminum, one aluminum and 3 of the other. Okay, these are kind of in the wrong order, aren't they? Ugh, but it's worse to do it in this order from a belt routing. Fine, I'll do it, but I'm not going to be happy about it. I want the higher throughput belt to be closer because I can use blue inserters, right? And then use red inserters for the lower throughput item. Just means we have to use an underground here. Which is fine. It's just not quite as pretty. And then we also are going to have... Wow, I could not have... Well, actually, let's do this on the top. We're pretty crowded on the bottom here. So we'll take this out on the top. And that is the acetylene. Ooh, which is just barely going to squeeze in there without needing any major rerouting. And then 1.2 a second out from each of these. Up to 4 mixers. All right. And this is where it's going to be kind of a mess. Because these have 2 inputs. Okay, yeah, we're gonna do... We're gonna do the inputs on the top and the output on the bottom for reasons. Because it's a lower... I mean, the input is still only 1.2, so that would be fine with a long-handed inserter. Oh, it's even less than that, because I didn't module these. Yeah, the input's only 0.6 versus 0.5, so it really doesn't matter. Actually, you know what? Now I do want to do it the other way around. Because if we do the input on this side, our output is a small enough amount with the prop modules that we can get away with gray inserters on the output. So we'll do that, and then we'll use the long-handed inserters on this side that have to, you know, we do have to work around routing the syngas and HCl. But that's not as bad. Yeah. And then this needs to get routed down to here. Figure that out in a second. Each of these inputs, yeah, we'll do in like that sort of thing. Do I like that? Not really, but I think it's what we're doing, so... Output is gonna be solid pickup right here. We make a grand total of 2 a second. 1 inserter is plenty. The output here... does something like that. I should probably put a pump in there. Just to make sure that the top-up valve doesn't get overly aggressive. I don't think it really matters, but whatever. And then I just hook water up to this, and it should turn on. That's a... I didn't really plan for water. I keep forgetting this corner of the map is a little more desert-like than... I mean, so much of this map has been so wet, right? You look at all these spots. I really got used to not even thinking about looking for water, and now I really need to think about it in a few spots. I think we can grab it up here, though, and we'll just route it in. Won't be a big deal to bring it in. All right. So that starts to make the boric acid. Boron trioxide comes through. All right. Hey, there we go. And then this should be flushing fine, and we're not backing up on the boric acid output. Cool. Looking good. Yeah, and you're mad that you can't build that yet. That's fine. There's boron. Next is the neodymium ferroboron alloy, which is just one smelter and a whole bunch of train stations. That's a... Well, I say a whole bunch. It might just be like 3 train stations. 6 solid inputs. That should be... I can make that 1 train station, but it's tight, especially with 3 a second on the iron plate. It's going to be bringing in... getting 6 items into 1 train station decreases the size of the... I have to shrink the size of the buffer before Cybersyn requests. And at 3 items a second on the iron, I'd be worried that wouldn't be enough buffer. So I am going to give this 2 input stations, 2 solid input stations. And that'll give it a little more headroom on the iron plate. Everything else is pretty normal. Hot air, oxygen in, fuel oil, because we're not doing the legacy fueling system anymore. Because I have no qualms about, you know, if we have to duplicate this or something to have more fuel oil, I'll just do it. Our inputs to this are, I mean, hydrogen and tailings, right? Which are both effectively byproducts. At some point, I may reevaluate all of our other fluids, but I've talked about this before. I don't think it's worth the effort to move everything else off of, like, the old sushi fuel. And I'm not really sure what the risks are of doing that to the rest of the base. Around balancing, like, the outputs of oil processing stages and stuff like that. All right, there's our 1 smelter for neodymium ferroboron alloy, and I guess I should grab the buildings here as well for neodymium magnets. Yeah. And do I need to wait for the bots to bring me stuff? I probably should. We did just build a bunch. Yeah, I'll let them catch up a little bit. Because we don't have anything that the mall is working on buffering machines for us anymore. So back to Pi-Sci 3. After neodymium, nanofibrils is the next thing. All right. So yeah, nanofibrils, chitosan, mutant enzymes, which have a bunch of their own inputs. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff to pull into their own tabs here. Let's start doing that. Nanofibrils. Which I've got doing the chitin recipe. It thinks the collagen recipe is cheaper. Certainly we use a lot less chitosan. But the question is, how much? Oh, that's not bad. Like, skin is a complete byproduct for us right now. And we only need, I mean, 1 machine's worth. Okay, call it 0.5. 0.3 a second. That's way more than we need. But yeah. We can even prod this. That's only 1 skin a second. Like, how much skin do we make just from... og rendering? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, let's do the collagen recipe then. Collagen. How long does collagen take to decay? 10 minutes. So yeah, it's definitely a do on site thing. Make sure we account for the decay output. Why is that showing up as a summary ingredient? That's not right. Oh, yes, it is, because we bring in... Oh! This brings in urea. Ooh, so we can even recycle the decayed... Love it. Love to see it. I was like, why is that showing up as an ingredient? And it's because it is. Okay. Well, we could probably actually use a nanomaterial factory Mark 1 even, right? Because this is still twice as much nanofibrils as we need, and we can't prod it. We'll use the Mark 2 agitator because we can prod it. Not that we need to prod it. Like, we have plenty of skin, but, you know, it's the principle of the thing. Okay, cool. I'm glad I double-checked this then. Because that's going to use... Oh, that's going to use less chitosan even. Although, we're going to be fine on chitosan. That's just a single machine making it. Yeah, this also can't be prodded, so... Done. 4 ingredients in, honestly. Oh, mutant enzymes is a fluid, though. Okay. So we are going to need 2 train stations. Darn. I was like, this is 1 train station. This is easy. But no, we got a fluid, so we'll have to... Oh, and empty Petri dishes. We're going to have to readjust some stuff at Glass to make empty Petri dishes available. And then after that, the next thing in the chain, mutant enzymes. And we need 10 a second minimum. And it looks like 10 a second is 1. It's almost like these factories are ratioed. Unfortunately, I need mutant enzymes separately, so being nicely ratioed doesn't matter. I'm not doing direct insertion. And then all of these things, I decided so much of this stuff needed to be separate builds. And like you can see, we're going to use mutant enzymes mostly for critters, but like I want it available on Rails so we have access to it. I could be less strict about some of this and be like, we're going to do 1 build and feed it through, and then also allow siphoning off mutant enzymes or something like that. But whatever. Doesn't matter. And then we've got the propeptides, the chimeric proteins, and the calmodulin binding mutant peptide. Jeez. Which are all the inputs to this. Oh. Propeptides. And Twitch is telling me that it is once again at break o'clock. As always, I do run just one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-rolls turned off. So I appreciate folks hanging around. When we return, we can start getting some of this stuff exported into the mall to build the buildings, and then we will actually build some of those buildings. I'll see everybody shortly. Welcome back, everybody. All right. I want to finish getting basically the dependency chain for nanofibrils all the way in, and then we can get the mall working on crafting all these buildings for us. And then we'll go out and we'll finish building the neodymium chain. So propeptides, I guess that means we need Dingrit rendering to be in here. Dingrit, how many Dingrit horns do we need? 0.1 a second. Okay. And we're gonna, I guess, scale this to 0.1 dingrat spikes a second, which is 3 slaughterhouses, 1 0.1 dingrats a second. Let me just double check all of our ratios here. How many dingrats are we making? Okay, 0.067. And that's because as we scale these things up to one machine, like we scale up to like multiples of one machine at each step. So by the time we go from Pi Science 3 needs so many nanofibrils, we have to make that. We scale that up to one machine. We scale the chitosan to one machine. We scale, et cetera, et cetera. We now need a third again as many dingrats. I'm not going to worry about that. I'm going to scale this to that 2/3. There's a point where I have to say, no, seriously, we're fine. And that's this point. I do have to find a use for dingrat pelts. I think that's going to be a separate void to compost those. Because we do need them for other things, so I don't want to just compost them immediately. Oh, I need a... There we go. So that's fine with dingrats. Good. The calmodulin binding mutant peptide. God, what a name. And I type it out fully because I'm using the search as a spell check. Really? And then I can paste it into my title. And then I don't have to type it out fully here. And we need, again... Well, if we're really scaling this to the 0.067 of the dingrats, then, you know, we could say... Wait. This needs 0.2. This says point... Ooh. Okay. So yeah, that's a lot more dingrat spikes. But again, this is nanofibrils at like twice what we need. So we're going to leave dingrat rendering, and the dingrat spikes are going to be like our limiting factor on this whole chain. And that's fine. We can scale dingrats up if we really want to. I don't really want to. All right, 0.1 on this, on the protein, which cannot be... That's fine. That's exactly one machine. Pineal glands come from scrondrixes. Generally an annoying bottleneck, yeah. Well, and like this has scrondrixes, the pineal glands. So I think we have to do for this what we did with optical fiber, right? Where we do this step of the processing like at animal processing because it decays so quickly, which is a pain in the butt. But it's fine. We have a pattern for it. Oh, and it looks like the meat is also correctly ratioed on the scrondrix. So that's cool. Got that going, which is nice. Everything else, the cages should... Oh, well, cage scrondrix and then the cages loop. Yep, okay. So that's fine. We'll co-locate this. It's whatever. It is what it is. Magnetic beads. There's just always more. There's so many steps to all this. And all of these steps are needed at least some of the time for other things too, right? Like We potentially need access to this to upgrade modules in the future, so I gotta have it be its own standalone build. Same with the propeptides. Same with the mutant enzymes. Ugh. It means we're gonna spend a lot of land area on train stations feeding just one or two buildings, unfortunately. But again, I think we can run this at its, like... That wasn't the right math. Oh, because it's 1.1 and speed is point... Right. So it's from 0.5... I'm going to do the math on this one. 0.4125. There we go. And then we'll do the agar on site. Prod that. Steam on site. Efficiency module that. Okay. So this is fine. Honestly, I could double this. Yeah, that's fine. And that gives us plenty. And then that feeds this. We have plenty to feed this at full speed. We might be a little bit Bodo's limited on the calmodulin binding mutant peptide. But that is fine because we're also Dingrit spike limited on propeptides. And then chimeric proteins. Those do not oh, these also need magnetic beads. Okay. Well, I'm glad I scaled those up. And then everything else in this is just stuff that comes in from the outside world, though. So, yeah. In that case, let's go up one more. 1.2375. There we go. I can math. Yeah, and that should be plenty. I mean, no, but also yes. Like, this says 1 a second, and this says 0.5 a second, so in theory, 1.5 a second. But also, again, this is the, like, rounding up to a whole machine at every stage thing. Because that's, like, triple the mutant enzymes that were... triple the chimeric proteins that we actually need. I mean, I could build this bigger, but I don't think it's serving a purpose. That was not quite the right number, but something close to that. Jeez. 0.4125. 165. Okay. You know what? Sure, why not? Let's just do it at this scale. I know I was just talking about how I wasn't going to, but we'll do it at this scale. These inputs are just so cheap, I just don't care, is the reality. We'll bring in half a belt of seaweed. It's great. It's perfect. It's beautiful. Okay. So, magnetic beads into chimeric proteins into calmodulin binding mutant peptides into Dingrit rendering, propeptides, mutant enzymes, chitosan, and finally nanofibrils. What a disgusting chain. All right, all of this now needs to be exported to shopping lists, and I need to make sure that I save this YAFC sheet. YAFC hasn't been crashing recently. I don't know if that was a YAFC fix or if that was a Mesa fix, but I'm glad it's not crashing as much anymore. All right, and I'm going to give these names because we're doing a lot of shopping lists, and I am going to get confused quickly. This one is chimeric proteins. And then calmodulin, whatever. I'm not putting the full name in that. I'll figure it out. I trust future me. The worst part of all this is that when we do need to scale all this stuff up, there's going to be like 6 different builds that all need to be scaled up separately, like identically to the way we just built this. This is going to be annoying when we scale up. This is chitosan. And then nanofibrils. That's just not what I meant to do. There we go. Uh-oh. Oh no, I screwed up. So now I have a nanofibrils section that's considered empty. Now I can give it the name. I believe these 3 electrolyzers are not for anything we're doing currently. No, those are left over, so we'll get rid of those. All right, this is everything, the whole list through nanofibrils. That's awful, and I hate it. But it is one more thing that is queued up. And if we look at the Pi Science 3 tab, like, we're running out of stuff. We've really just got the BioOr chain and then the acrylic chain. And I guess fan yacht rendering. Because, like, the propolis happens on site because it decays quickly. The cridrins I was just going to do on site because it doesn't really matter. And then this is all the acrylic chain down here and the BioOr chain. Which might end up being, and I was talking about this at the start of the stream, I think I mathed that this decays too quickly for how much we're making. So we'll never accumulate enough BioOr to do a shipment before it decays. So we want to do the advanced substrate and then ship that and then just do the bio ore on site. And yes, that's annoying, but that's what we're going to have to do. It's just more stuff that we have to bring in. But that is fine. Other than that, I think all of these are appropriately split into the builds that I want them to be, like separate builds, because like we need acrylonitrile for polyacrylonitrile. We need methyl acrylate for polyacrylonitrile. We need crucilic acid for both the bio ore and also these other additives and zinc processing things. And yes, we're not doing the new zinc yet, but I guarantee we're going to. And then tributyl phosphate is used in uranium stuff, so we want that available for multiple steps. Cool. Cool. We've got a plan. We are really dangerously close to PySci 3. If I wanted to make this like a 12-hour stream, we could probably do it today. I don't want to make this a 12-hour stream. Maybe next week? Realistically, if we think about the rate that we've been... Yeah. At the rate we've been doing things, I think next week is a reasonable expectation. All right. Oh, I need to double check. Kind of looking at all of these things. The bots are already done. Turns out the auto mall is fast. I was going to say, I need to double check that we are making all of the right buildings for all these builds. And it does look like we are. Why do I have a Gene Lab Mark II with no modules in it? And the answer is... because I did it wrong. Okay. And actually, this is good. Well, sort of good. This should have been a Mark I. Which means that this should be like half. And then if we look at the mutant enzymes, yeah, now we're making way less extra than we need. And that also means magnetic beads could be brought down to like... I mean, I'm still going to do them at this scale because 4 machines is whatever, and magnetic beads just aren't that expensive. So it's done. I don't care. Like, we already have the buildings. We may as well just use them. But I will swap out the machining chimeric proteins so that it is appropriately scaled for what we're doing. Otherwise, I'm going to look at this later and get confused about why there's a Mark II building without modules in it. And yes, our magnetic beads build is just going to be grossly oversized, but whatever. So, neodymium ferroboron alloy. All right. Yeah, this is going to be 2 solid input stations, a fluid input station, and our regular output. So it's 4 stations in total. Is this a good thing to maybe hook onto these 4 stations that were just kind of sitting here? I almost think it is. We also have these 3 plus this one. That would be an option. Do I have anything that's going to be just 2 stations that are coming up? Like, that would be cool. I'm flipping through. I mean, yeah, mutant enzymes is just 2 stations. Okay. That might be the only thing. Magnetic beads? Yeah, technically. 2 stations. Yeah. Okay. So yes, I have a couple of things that are only 2 stations. So I'll be able to squeeze those onto these. So I'm not going to I'm not going to do awful, weird things to run neodymium ferroboron there. Oh, shoot. Shoot. I didn't get heat generation for neodymium magnets. Oh, and this really should have... Yeah, if we're prodding anything that uses heat, I want to be running efficiency beacon as well. Because without the beacon... Yeah. Well, it gets it down to like half the power consumption. Yeah, because this can run off of, like, burners now. Which is nice. Well, actually, can it? What's the minimum temperature for an advanced foundry? 1.9K. Okay. I don't think a burner can get that hot. No, only 500. So I think I do actually need the coal power plant too. Yeah, because that gets up to 2,000. All right. So we are going to have to run that off a coal power plant too. In that case, maybe I don't really care about the efficiency modules because it's not that much. If we already need to have a coal power plant Mark II for the temperature requirements, then yeah, that's fine. We're pulling 1/4 of a coke per second for this. Okay. The problem is that this just like ballooned the whole layout for this. Now we're up to 6 input items. Now we have a ash station. So yeah, and this is now going to be a lot bigger. But let me get a coal power plant running up at the mall. Just so it'll be there when we need it. Okay. But the neodymium ferroboron alloy... Yeah, let's just pull in the inputs here, and we'll take the output right over here. That's fine. We've got plenty of space to work in this area. So, what do we want to do here? We want to have iron plate and fuel rods. Actually, you know what? No. Let's do rare earth oxides here, which I did not double check my production numbers on, so we'll see how that goes. And borax. Yeah, we'll just do 2 things here, and we'll do 4 on the other one. Because this way we can, if we want to, we can say we want to bring in a little extra iron. Keep the buffer a little bit bigger so it'll dispatch an extra train. And then here, we're going to have the borax and boron. And sand castings and fuel rods. Okay. Iron plate and rare earth oxides was the other thing I put here. And then over here, we need borax and boron. And then what's on the other one? Sand castings and fuel rods. Okay. Boron. All right. Gonna put a ghost here so I can think about how we would run this as we want to scale it. So definitely, so this is like 4.25 items a second off of this belt. So we'll do 2 inserters. Sure. And the problem is that we have so many fluids on this side that I don't know if we're going to get any number of belts on that side. I mean, we can do, in theory, 1, I guess. Okay. So yeah, we get 1 belt along this side. Which means this belt which is borax and boron, 2.25 items a second. Really makes me want to do 2 inserters. And then I guess, I mean, it's really just this, right? That is the choice. And that's our output. Okay. That's fine. That's manageable. Do I love it? No, but it will suffice. All right, up here is where I realized that I was an idiot. Well, maybe not. Maybe we're okay. fuel oil, oxygen, and hot air. Oh, cool. Yep, I left enough space. We're fine. That should be all the fluids. So I think that's it. Why did boron stop? Hydrogen. So what? Okay, that's interesting. I mean, yeah, this is running. Sure. I guess I would have expected the guts to hydrogen chloride to keep up too. All right, we might have to get more... Whoops, wrong button. We might have to get more HCl. That might be an issue. Do we have any better ways of making hydrogen chloride these days? I'm assuming not, really. Oh, that's an interesting one. But no, I mean, a lot of these spit out hydrogen chloride, but this is almost all really byproducts. These aren't ways of making hydrogen chloride, really. All right, well, there's this, which is an upgrade to the old lamp recipe. Okay, so this seems like it's the one that's really the upgrade recipe, and it's not too far into Pi 3. All right. Well, good to have that in mind, but in the short term, we can't do anything with it, so... oh, I didn't change this correctly. Boron. Oh, this got a delivery of boron. My bad. We had plenty. Well, not plenty, but we had some. Didn't realize this. This wasn't running because it had the filter wrong, so I thought I was waiting for the boron, but I just had the filter wrong. And... I mean, other than needing to wait for these to show up, I think this is done. So this would just be a solid pickup here. And take that through like that, more or less. Yeah, once these get their fluids, they should be fine. And then this needs hydrochloric acid, which apparently is a problem, but we have a couple trains on the way, so maybe it won't be a problem long term. I could probably try to do some sort of like prioritization within the different guts voids if I wanted to like say that hydrochloric should be preferred over making more acetic or whatever else, but that feels very fragile to me. So I think I would rather just make sure we can make enough hydrochloric. And then treat the bonus acids that we get from guts voiding as just a nice bonus. All right. And with this coal power plant, I believe that's everything we're going to need to do the neodymium magnets. Which look like there are 4 stations now, unfortunately. Between needing to... Yeah, between needing to bring in coke and then now having an ash output for the heat dealing situation. Jeez, words. It is going to end up being 4 stations. But this is kind of how it goes, right? We build a lot of infrastructure that feels silly because it's like one machine next to a bunch of train stations, and then as we move forward, we increase the scale of it, and the density kind of backfills in. That's been the pattern through lots of stuff for the past couple of tech tiers, so I'm sure that it will continue to be the case moving forward. This will all fill in, right? When we look at a lot of the things like in here, these have all gotten bigger and filled in over time, so up here as well. All right, so okay, it's just shadows. Oh, that is... I think we're going to be okay. This will end up being a abridged set of stations, because we only need 4 stations here, and we can support 6, so everything will fit. I'm just not happy about it. So we're going to have 2 input stations, which I'll put on this side. And then on this side, we're going to have 2 output stations. One of which is going to be for ash. I'll figure out which one is which. I'll paste those in a minute. I always want ash output to be a high throughput station because ash is a pain in my butt. No, because ash stacks to 1,000, so I want the inserter capacity of a high throughput station. But until I figure out, like, whether it's easier to route the ash to the top one or the bottom one versus the output to the top one or the bottom one, I don't want to decide which station goes where. Input-wise, I guess I'm going to bring in... How do I want to do this? Well, there is a correct way to do this. This one is going to bring in... neodymium ferroboron alloy and coke. We're going to put the... We don't need anywhere near that much capacity. We're going to take the alloy out to a ball mill and make the neodymium powder. Oh, this should have been a ball mill Mark 1. Oh well, doesn't matter. Too late now. Because, like, we're not getting... We're using a fraction of this ball mill. I should have made it a Mark 1. And then that outputs, in theory, 1 a second, but I'll use a bigger inserter because we'll have room to grow, even if I downgrade this to the right-sized machine. And then we'll have an advanced foundry here, making neodymium magnets with heat pipes coming this way. And then, let's see, that actually needs to be... Sorry, we're going to have another belt coming in that has more stuff on it. Yeah, there we go. The advanced foundry again. Here. Neodymium magnets, like that. We're going to have that input there, and some other input here, and some other input here, and an output here. And then in theory, if we wanted to show how all of these would connect, just so I'm thinking about how this scales in the future, it would do that, and then like this, basically. This isn't a perfectly scalable build, because I have to move the coal power plant when I think about making it bigger. But it's also... it's fine. It's fine. We will have to reroute a little bit of stuff, but nothing, like, critically, so... That's not quite going to work on that side, is it? And this is why we plan ahead. Yeah. Ooh, we can only fit one on this side, huh? Okay, that's fine. We can make this work. We can make this work. We can make this work. Because we can only fit one outserter here, what we're going to have to do here is do the old 3 layers of inputs thing. And then we'll have 2 belts coming up here from this. And this will be our output. Okay. That is, I don't know if reasonable is the right word, but it's gonna be functional. All right, and that answers my earlier question, which was, what is going to be the relative position of our 2 output belts? And which one am I going to want to route to the top or the bottom? Now we know. And then, yeah, we are going to have to, if we do scale this to, like, many machines, we'll have to move this coal power plant back. Potentially add a second one, but that's fine. We just have to slide to the left. All right, down here, did I even set up these inputs yet? I did not. Let's figure that part out. So these are all of our other inputs. So borax, sand castings, nickel plate, and fuel rods. Why does everything need fuel rods all of a sudden? Like, seriously. Oh, hey, we got all of our fluids delivered. We're making ferroboron. Excellent. And I didn't put a outserter there. Let's go fix that. Or inserter. Whichever side it's going in. It's out from the build, but it's into the building. That's an overkill. We're not making that much. Okay, so those are all done. And then we just need... set all those filtered, and then run them up like that. Okay. Oh, yeah, and if I do... Oh, I'm supposed to have prod modules in that. There we go. So, high throughput pickup here. And that needs to have ash out. Do we have an ash pickup somewhere I can copy and paste from? Of course we do. And then up here, a normal pickup station. And how many neodymium magnets are we making? 0.24 per second. Oh, yeah. Absolutely swimming in magnets. And we just need to set the filters on this as we get our various inputs here. This to get the alloy. Probably going to be a while before we're ready for a delivery of that. But we are making plenty of boron, so that's good. Oh, excellent. We've got a couple more trains. This one's there, and it looked like the next one is going to be here shortly. So I think... we're going to have everything here except for this. Waiting for our first delivery of the ferroboron alloy. So 5 powder to, well, 1.2 magnets. And 1 ferroboron is 10 powder. So each ferroboron is going to be 2.4 magnets. Okay. That's not awful. It does mean when we get our first delivery, we'll have no problem being ready for an output at that point. But it is going to be a little while, I think, before this is ready to do a delivery. All right. That is pretty good. Everything up here is the nanofibrils chain. If we pop back in YAFC real quick, beyond the nanofibrils chain that we have planned out, the next thing... I mean, I think it's bio-ore, and then acrylic, and then we're building PySci 3. That is awesome. Okay, I think I'm gonna call this a good stopping point for today. And then tomorrow we'll pick right back up where we left off with getting all of these builds done for the nanofibrils chain. And get everything planned out for the last couple of chunks beyond that. We are so dangerously close to PySci 3. It is. I can taste it. I can taste the science. I'm probably not supposed to taste the science. It's probably bad for me, but I can taste it. All right. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. If you found this on YouTube and want to watch live, there is a link to my Twitch down in the description. And we'll be back tomorrow with more pie, because this was a Wednesday stream, and Thursdays are still Pie Day.